Well, good afternoon, everyone. How's everyone doing today? I just got done eating a chicken sandwich. Before we get started, I was like mad trying to scarf it down. I'm like, damn, I've got to go. I didn't realize. I was like, oh, I'm just going to wait a little bit. I'm like, I looked at the time and I looked at it wrong, and I'm like, well, hell. You have 15 minutes. For some reason, I thought it said 1:15. I guess somehow a 1 became a 2. Or a 2 became a 1 in that case. Let's see, where last we left off, the start of the Dragonsong Wars. Emmerich is wanting us to come to the aid of Ishgard and to create an alliance. And now we get to find out if the other members want to do this alliance or not. Because they're saying that if Ishgard falls, then Garlean's going to take over Ishgard as a new base and outpost and all that fun stuff. That they're going to be so much closer to everybody. So we will see what happens. Nice. We're fixing to get the Chocobo suit. And a see. Rank 8. We're getting closer. Volunteer Dragon Slayers. Menphilia would have you assist with the preparations being made for the defense of Ishgard. Yes, Redbeard, it is close. We are close to Heavensward. But for all intents and purposes, we will be taking a pause before we go into Heavensward, that we will be entering into Final Fantasy XI. We'll be returning to Vanadil. Oh, you're not spoiling anything, Redbeard. This is my alt account. I would also have you consider the matter of our own security. Revenant's Toll is just a short flight from the snowfields of Korthus. It is not unimaginable that the fighting may spill across the border. Pray brief Slaffborn on the brewing conflict and discuss potential contingencies. The frontier settlers must be prepared for aught that might wing its way over our walls. I only hope that such precautions prove unnecessary. Before you leave, might I suggest that you have Tataru accompany you? She has a talent for administration and a firm grasp of the practical challenges we may encounter. Oh, you've never played 11? Yes, 11 is... Okay, picture 2001 PlayStation 2 era. Basically, I think EverQuest was it was the very early MMOs. Oh, Tataru. We are rather close to Korthus, aren't we? We'd best see to our own defenses and take stock of our supplies. Oh, and we'll also need to have beds and bandages laid out just in case. A good receptionist is ready for any eventuality. Let's go, Alethea. I've 101 things to discuss with Slothborn. This is where Tataru becomes way more capable. Mr. G, welcome in. And goodbye. Let's talk to Slothborn. I appreciate the warning. If war is coming to Korthus, then the toll must be made ready. I'll increase the number of patrols and lookouts immediately. I'll also see about finding room for an infirmary, as well as temporary housing for victims of the conflict. Ishgard has done well by us in the past, and I would return the favor. But as for rounding up volunteers for the fighting itself, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I will not send my fellow guild members to die on Ishgardian soil, and I am certain headquarters will say the same. There will be no official Adventurers Guild presence at this siege. That said, each adventurer is of course free to do as he or she will. I shall have a word with some of my more capable colleagues on your behalf, and you might try your luck here in Revenant's Toll. I dare say there are a few stout souls about town who will answer your call to arms. Let's get started, shall we? We have a town to rouse. Accomplished adventurer. Spare me your talk of glory and fame. I am not in the habit of volunteering for lost causes. I've survived this long by trusting my instincts, and my instincts tell me to stay well away from Ishgard. Oh. Jay Carter, welcome in. Real. Ishgard sounds like she's in a right mess, but that ain't what I wanted to talk to you about. I need you to cast your mind back to that scuffle with the Empire out by the processing plant. A lad from Little Alamigo by the name of Wilrid was there with the Fourth that day, and I want to know if you've seen him since, have you? Gods damn it! I feared as much. No one's bloody seen him. It's like the ground opened up and swallowed him whole. But that ain't all. Around the time Wilrid stopped turning up for duty, them black market weapons went missing from our vault in Lulda. So now, of course, half the braves suspect the lad of making off with the goods. Folk like to believe our company's a disciplined fighting force, but as you and me both know, it's no more than a motley collection of mercenaries, adventurers, and Grand Company veterans. The only thing is bind us together is some vague oath about fighting for the freedom of all. That and the stead pay. Now, compared to most others in this crew, Wilward's a fresh-faced novice, a bleeding whelp amongst wolves. But the boy's got passion. When he talked about being a guardian of Eorzea, he bloody well meant it. A lad like him wouldn't rob us blind and bugger off like that. He ain't the type. And then, and this is just between you and me, mind, there's the fact that the lad wanted to tell me about something queer he noticed in the ledgers. Something about the Braves' numbers not adding up. Aye, there's a villain in the end of this trail I've stumbled on, and I'll bet me good eye it ain't young Wilred. Any road, you've got a word of wage, so I'll let you get on. I just thought someone should know. I'll be seeing you, Alethea. Wait. If I remember correctly. Snook. Yep, there we go. Austere adventurer. Sell me blade to the Ishgardians? Well, them dragons are a fearsome lot, but I'd slay me fair share if the coin was good. I've worked for one of 'em nights before, you know. Watched me like a bloody hawk, he did. Still, I'd put up with worse than that for a heavy purse. Yep. Volunteer my services in the defense of Ishgard? I think not. Dragons claim the lives of every one of my brothers. I do not mean to offer them mine. 'Twas to escape such a fate that I took up the mantle of adventure in the first place. I would sooner die in the pursuit of fortune than hurtle behind an icy wall. Ooh, an Ishgardian. Who turned his back on his own people. Or sacrificed more than most. Adventurous frontier hand. So Ishgard seeks sellswords to bolster its ranks, eh? Though I'm not sure I like the sound of this siege, these nobles will surely be generous with the rewards. Ah, but I've pledged myself to guard Revenant's toll. Modest work though it is, I am loath to break the terms of my contract. What to do, what to do. Back to Tataru. There you are, Alethea. So, did you sway any hearts? A few. One or two, well, added to mine, that makes 3 or 4, not including Slapborn's friends. We won't have the largest company in the army, but I'd say one of Revenant's toll veteran is worth a dozen clanking knights at least. Damn. Got to eat. I always forget to eat. An allied perspective. Tataru has a message for you from Alphino. Oh, I've been so caught up with recruiting that I almost forgot there's been word from Alphino. Apparently the Alliance leaders are convening in Ul'dah to discuss Ishgard's plight, and they've requested your presence as usual. Anyway, you'd best make your way to Ul'dah, or you'll be late. Alphino said that he would meet you on the Royal Promenade. And off we go to Ul'dah. Royal Promenade. Would that be the Chamber of Rule? Possibly. Could be. We never know. For anybody that comes in, if you want to hit the little likey button, that would be greatly appreciated. And also, if you want to be my friend and want to follow, by all means, please do. My apologies for calling you away from your task. I had hoped to proceed with these negotiations one leader at a time, but it seems my urgent request for an audience have prompted a gathering of the council. Needless to say, I felt obliged to attend. The Alliance leaders are already seated within. Let us join them, shall we? Yes, let us. Let's see if it's voiced. Can't remember. I think it is. It's very important.
We are well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, and we agree with your assessment.
Then I trust there are no objections to the Crystal Brave's intervention.
Uldar has none.
Gridania does not object.
The Crystal Braves are yours to command, Alphino. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success.
It was my hope that you would offer more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means.
Do not presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but two of many. We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard, not when our own homes are still under siege.
We dare not leave our interests in Cartano undefended as well. Telegi Adalegi and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence.
The enemy is at their gates, and you would cower behind yours?
No one is cowering, boy. We will offer what support we can.
Aye, support. A handful of men and no more.
Would that we could commit more than a token force to this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work.
Ah, yes. The free companies. They're not like to turn you down.
I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival of Ishgard to sell swords? Crises like these are the very reason why this alliance was formed. It is our duty to aid our fellow man.
My duty is to my country and my people. If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting, Ishgard and the rest. If you cannot understand so simple a concept, then you have no place at this table.
Forgive me, Admiral. I was careless in my choice of words.
I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again.
Basically put my ass to work. Yep.
If I may, Your Grace, I wish to propose a redistribution of forces. If we entrust the security of Uldar to the Brass Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard. Your Grace?
Yes. Yes, of course. Do what you will.
He knows something's up.
Is her grace not feeling well?
To the best of my knowledge, her grace is in perfect health.
I see. Carry on.
Once again, I owe you an apology. It seems you have been conscripted into leading a contingent of adventurers on yet another mission of inestimable danger. But I fear we have been left with little alternative. We cannot well abandon Lord Harshapont and Sir Emmerich to their fate. We must abide by the Council's decision, as short-sighted as it is, and strive to fulfill our roles as Eorzea's guardians. Captain Nilbert? What news? Then the assault has begun. We have but this moment concluded our audience with the Alliance leaders. Move our forces into position. Your unit will join House Durendar at the Steel Vigil. Man the cannons alongside the knights and thin the Dravanian horde ere they descend upon Ishgard. I will join you as soon as I am able. Alithia, I would have you and your adventurer allies bolster the defenses at the Steps of Faith. Report first to Sir Marceline at the Gates of Judgment, and he will direct you to where you are needed most. May the gods grant us victory. Yep. Yep. Dragon head. Off we go. I'm gonna fly down here real quick just so I can get this one out of the way. Two of them out of the way. That'll be the Stone Vigil. Drew them on. Alithia Wyvernsbane, you have come to lend us your strength. House Durendar is in your debt. You will rejoice with us to know that the Battle of the Stone Vigil has finally begun. The first wave has already breached the outer defenses and entered the keep. As depraved foe as the Dravanians are, they have a certain cunning. The place teems with unbelievers who gladly embrace the death merely to deny us a form of advance. We came to slay dogs and are bled by nits. There are graver matters still. After our first wave stormed the keep, the enemy sealed the breach behind them. The Vigil head gate is now a welter of molten iron and the stone sharp as a headsman's axe. We can no longer send reinforcements by land. The danger is great, but we must go by air. I shall lead the second wave and would have you join your strength to ours. Sir Nethelian awaits you near the Stone Vigil itself. I shall join you as soon as I've seen to the airships. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Down, up, around, through, over, back, forth, side to side. Stone Vigil. Unlock that one. Oh, and the other one's extreme. So we'll not worry about it right now. Nethelane. Hail Alithia. Lord Drilmon sent word. The airship will not be long in coming, and then we charge. All White Brim Front knows your name, Alithia Wyvern's Bane. You penetrated the Stone Vigil's defenses. Why, to this very day, I remember the cheer that rang out when we heard you'd laid Ishgard low. Your presence here is tonic, pure tonic for the troops. Too long have the damned dragons desecrated our keep. Halone willing, the Stone Vigil shall return to Ishgard before this day is out. And then hard mode's unlocked. And there we go. Perfect. And come, Seraphim. We must away. Hard mode be unlocked. Now we go to the gates of judgment. Marceline, you are the appointed captain of the sellsword contingent? Then, welcome. There is no shortage of blade work to be done. As we speak, Dravanian skirmishing parties are harrying positions across the central highlands. I have assigned the Crystal Braves and your fellow adventurers to contain these scattered attacks, and for the present, I would have you join them. This is, of course, merely a precursor to the assault on Ishgard proper. The wily serpents seek to divide and confuse our forces, but we will not be so easily drawn out of position. The Temple Knights will remain on the steps of faith and continue our preparations. When the Horde arrives in force, they shall face a wall of Ishgardian steel. Report back to me once their advanced skirmishes are slain. Off to White Brim. The waves begin. Oh, do I have a treat for you? Whack it. Double heal. Made that look easy, didn't we? Considering we're almost 57. That one's done. next one. Can I fly across here? Perfect. Sea of clouds. Let's just be on the safe side and go ahead and eat another. There we go. We got 43 minutes now. Can of beans! Welcome in. Cool name, by the way. Can of beans. Smack it. Yay. Down it went. That's why I'm a professional adventurer. I have the power to smack dragons. It is. It is so relaxing. And if you played ARR before flying, it's like a breath of fresh air compared. It's like used to you had to run everywhere. Now you can just kind of fly over everything. And you do not realize how much it was missed. Oh, really? Dawn Trail ran you away, huh? A lot of people left during Dawn Trail. Yes, yes. And before they cut all of the original quests, how many fetch quests we used to have to do? Oh, wow. Yeah. So, are you excited for Evercold? I think Evercold is going to be so good. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, yeah, I get that too. If you have a nice free company and everything like that, a big community that you come back to, it feels more. It just feels more rewarding, you know? If you have friends to share in adventures with and stuff like that. And that's what I don't get a lot with these solo MMOs. I get that you want to do stuff on your own sometimes, but a lot of people just want the social aspect of an MMO. And I feel a lot of that is fading from MMOs nowadays. I do. I feel that we need the social back in an MMO. What is an MMO? It is a massively multiplayer online role-playing game. It's massively, you know, I don't know. We've gotten so far away from the social side of MMOs that's why they're dying. I'll just say it straight up. Exactly. Exactly. That right there, Vine. It can be solo or in a party as long as it doesn't feel forced. Yes, that makes 100% sense. That's where trust and stuff like that come in. If you don't want to run dungeons with other people, and I get that, I really do, because some people are just toxic as hell. There's a lot of toxicity. Haha, nice. I appreciate that. Welcome, Aurora. Exactly. And that's perfectly fair. I find nothing wrong with that whatsoever. If you want to run dungeons and you have a trust and stuff like that, then you know you can do it. You can do it if you have friends and you run it with friends. If you don't want to be part of that, but don't take the whole social aspect away from an MMO, because that is truly what made MMOs great. Oh yeah, yeah. But with the new evolution system coming, I think bards are going to be top of the damn food chain. They're going to be eating, I'll tell you that. They will be eating. What news, adventurer? The reinforcements? Decimated, you say? Dravonian devils. Damn their scaly hides. Hold fast to your grief and fury, my lady. We will avenge the deaths of your fellows in the battle to come. That... Yeah, they just kind of need a little red velvet rope there that says, you know, hey, I'm a special bard. I do Limit Break 3 and I miss my hits. That's bad bard. I mean, that's exactly that. You put them in the corner and you tell them, bad bard. That LB3 could be saved for the healer or a massive tank buster. Yup, yup. The Steps of Faith. Sir Marceline wishes to prepare you for the siege of Ishgard. Ere you commit yourself to the siege, you should know what it is you are tasked with defending. Beyond the gates of judgment lie the steps of faith, a great bridge of stone that leads directly to the city of Ishgard. More than simply a means to cross the sea of clouds, the bridge serves as a foundation for the arcane wards that form the barrier we call Danafin's Collar. Alas, in dispelling the barrier's outermost layer, that thrice-damned witch Iceheart stripped the bridge of its protection, and thus are the dragons now able to land unhindered upon the steps of the faith. Should the Dravanians succeed in destroying the remainder of the wards, the winged devils shall be free to swarm within the city itself. Needless to say, we cannot suffer that to happen. It shall be our task as defenders to prevent any harm from coming to those parts of the bridge wherein the wards are sealed. 3 yet remain, and we have dispatched our forces accordingly. I would ask you and your comrades to accompany our defenders at the outermost ward. I should hope that includes us as well, yes? The Scions of the Seventh Dawn? We could not well stand idly by while the Horde threatens the good people of Ishgard. Indeed, to do otherwise would go against all that Master Louisoix has taught us. As for where we may be of most assistance, I think it prudent we divide into 2 groups. Ida and I will join the rear guard. Right. If the dragons should reach us, we'll be sure to give them what for. Thank you, all of you. Pray speak with me again when your preparations are complete, and together we shall stand against the Horde. Hi, Jeepu! They all look like babies. In the fact of how young they look. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, they look so young, yes. That's where the whole time theory pops in. I feel from ARR to Dawn Trail, even though they don't say it, I feel it's years. It has to be. For them to look as different as they do, they age like at least 10 years. It has to be about 10 years is what I'm saying. I have this is my second account. I'm doing a free trial of what it would be like if somebody is just learning to play the game and everything, just coming into as a free trial player. Yeah. But my main account, I haven't done Dawn Trail yet. I'm right at Endwalker with 0. So that's where I'm at with that. So I'm just I've got that big gap that I need to fill. So, yes, I know. Yeah, exactly. But where Yoshi was talking about, Yoshida-san was talking about where the timeline hasn't exactly changed. That it's still basically, it's only been it's a span or whatever, but the way that they have aged and everything, I feel it's at least 10 years plus. From the way that everybody has changed so much. And even though Alphino and Eorzea look, 16 still. But that's because they're Eorzea. It has to be. It has to be. But it could also be the fact of the source and everything like that also. That with them just stepping through into the other worlds, that's where the time variation comes from. Yeah. The stress. Old man Thancred, as they, Yeah, that too. That could be it also. I mean, technically, if we think how old the Warrior of Light truly is, I trust you are ready then. Good. Come, let us make for the battlefield. Yay, the steps of faith. Oh yeah, it's all possible within the lore. That is for sure. Lucia. Together.
Let's finish this quickly, shall we?
I should make it quick.
Hot. Oh, thank you very much, Jupu. I appreciate you stopping by. Matter of fact, boom. Ooh, such terrible strength. What in the... Everyone, fall back! Fall back now! On your feet! Run! Go, everyone! Pull back, the artillery, their champion advances. Out of the way.
To me.
Stone skin. We will not yield quite so easily. Do not let it reach the barrier. Hold your ground. Back. Yep. One more. Nope. Hot, hot, hot. Bishop's flames have destroyed the first ward of Danafin's collar. The first ward has been breached. Fall back and regroup. The battle is not yet lost. Regroup with the rear guard. We must hold them here. We will see the things here, Alithia. Fall back and help the others guard the ward. Yeah. Let me get on that. Drive back the Dravanian horde.
No holding back.
We need a Stenian. That's who the hell we need. Oh, Captain Toma, thank you. Ooh. Well, thank you, adventurer. second ward has fallen. There's nothing left to be done here. Nope, we run back. I'm already ahead of everybody. That's fine. I know where to go. There you are. You didn't have matters here well in hand, Alithia. You must go and see to the final ward. I will know thy wrath of the Azure Dragoon. Hold your ground. Should this barrier fall, Ishgard will be awash in flame.
Know your folly.
Estinian! Estinian will save everyone. What? Yep. I'll take the body slam over the fire any day. Flame. Ooh, can I get a heal? I can't. Okay, that's fine. You do your own thing. There we go. Gideon, JC, welcome in. How are we doing? The dragons, they are withdrawing. Victory is ours. One of Nidog's greatest champions slain. The Horde will not soon recover from this blow. But what of you, Nidog? Why did you not join your minions and make of this battle the slaughter? Have you grown so fond of the stench of your lair? Mayhap you prefer to have your allies fight your battles for you. You have a girl to do your bidding now, do you not? No matter, I shall slay Iceheart and all the rest. But I yearn to spill the blood of a great worm, Nidog, and only your death will sate my lance. Ellie, hi! Alithia! The dragons are routed, lest you wonder. The fighting at the Steel Vigil was also fierce, but my crystal braves were not found wanting. Commander Labyrinth, Alithia, true to your word, you arrived to aid us in an hour of need. On behalf of the Holy See and the people of Ishgard, I offer you my humble thanks. Though I would stay and lavish you with well-deserved praise, I fear I must away to oversee the aftermath of the siege. Not all of the dragons are fled, and there are yet wounded to be carried from the field. Pray, let us meet anon, that I might express my thanks with the proper courtesy. We have indeed achieved a victory of singular importance. With the Dravonian horde thus weakened and scattered, the threat to Ishgard has been greatly diminished. And mayhap equally significant, the Holy See must now recognize the necessity of cooperation with foreign powers. Long have they barred their gates against the outside world, but I am confident that the day will soon come when Ishgard proclaims itself a member of the Eorzean alliance once more. Much have we sacrificed in our struggles against dragons and primals, the Ascians and the Empire, but yet, step by unfaltering step, we march ever nearer to our goal. And as ever, the journey is made with you in the van. The victory you have won this day gives us greater hope for the morrow. 'Tis a hope that shall sustain us in the days to come, and bear us past the many evils that yet seek to hinder our progress. Yes, we have done well, my friend, and I, for one, would take a moment to savor the enormity of our achievement. The demands of duty, however, allow me little time for levity. I must accompany Captain Ilberd back to Ul'dah, and reassign those braves whose squad suffered heavy losses. You, my friend, have earned a rest at the Rising Stones. Pray return to Revenant's Toll, and share your tale with Minfilia in person. We will see to informing the other nations of what took place here. Do be sure to give our regards to Minfilia. with that, we are teleporting back to Mordona. I am on Dynamis and Seraph. Oh, really? Ooh. I bet they'll take it offline. I bet there'll be an emergency maintenance on Primal. Enter the Solar. Oh, really? Interesting. I've had no problem so far. I wonder if it's a specific region. Seems a lot. Yep. Yeah, I agree. They do need to overhaul the servers. Astral Wolf, welcome in. Yeah, it's a massive congestion ping. It's exactly what that is. Thank you for the likes, Astral. Yeah, they do need to do quite a few things for sure there, Colby. Alithia, welcome back. Alphanode sent word of the siege, and of course of the role you played in ending it. Your deeds never cease to amaze me, Alithia. Thank you. And what are we going for? Quick tongue. No, we're going for spellkeep. Broken bridges. Nice. Yeah, I feel they probably need to have more connection here in the U.S. because it seems that the U.S. has the most problems. Japan doesn't seem to have a lot of issues over there with the networks and stuff. Administrative decision. Menphilia seems loath to put you to further trouble so soon after your last great exertion. You must be wary, Alithia, and now may very well be your only chance to... Antecedent! A messenger from Ul'dah arrived with a missive for you. The royal seal. Curious indeed. Ah, an invitation. On behalf of the Council of the Eorzean Alliance, Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Namo invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to attend a feast at the Royal Palace of Ul'dah in honor of Ishgard's recent victory. It would seem we are to be recognized for our part in lifting the siege, you for your valiant efforts as commander of the adventurers' contingent, and the Archons for their earnest attempts to rouse the city-states. Truly, I find it strange that the Alliance leaders should think themselves deserving of a place at such a celebration. All three refused to deploy their standing armies, preferring to send hastily assembled companies of sellswords, many of whom perished ere the siege began. Are they truly so brazen as to seek to share in the glory of your triumph? Ah, but mayhap they simply seek a pretext to meet with Ishgardians while the mood is yet jubilant. Such an occasion would present a fine opportunity to press for Ishgard's return to the Eorzean Alliance. We have scarce had time to mourn Moonbreda, and I, for one, am in no mood to carouse, but I suppose we must put away our grief for the good of the realm. Though you were promised a rest, I fear I must insist that you also attend. It would be a strange celebration indeed if the victorious hero were not present. Pray content yourself with the thought that such occasions may bring about momentous change, and this without recourse to bloodshed. Tataru, if you would do me the favor of contacting the rest of the Scions. Of course, Antecedent. And please, let me know if there's anything else I can do. The Royal Feast. Curious, I have never known Tataru to cite such requests. Could aught be amiss? Surveying. Tataru, where are you? Tataru is conspicuous by her absence. Flalaman? Tataru, I believe she just stepped outside. Now that I think on it, she did seem rather preoccupied. And I have to go do a hunty hunt for Tataru. There you are, you sneaky booger. Oh, Alithia, it's you. I didn't mean to worry anyone. It's nothing really. Well, it's not nothing exactly, but it feels like nothing compared to the towering trials you and the others face every day. And that's why I should probably talk to Menphilia before things get any worse. You always know what to say, Alithia. I'm glad we had this little chat. Literally, I probably just asked her what, is everything alright? I think that's an excuse to get her out so they can load in with everybody. Yeah, see. Just to do a no. There we go. Yes, Totaro, you have my undivided attention. I've been hesitant to broach the subject, what with all the recent excitement, but Alithia made me realize that there's no time like the present, and time is what I'm here to ask you for. I'm not sure I understand. If you wish to be excused from your duties for a time, then you have certainly earned the rest, but I suspect that lying abed is far from your intent. You know me too well, Antecedent. There is, in fact, something I've been wanting to try my hand at. Along with the adventurers and the Crystal Braves, the Scions are constantly being thrown into dangerous battles and deadly predicaments. Even Horibolder and Coltano have been promoted from guard duty to fill our need for competent warriors. And so it seems only right that I too should acquire the power to defend myself and others. More importantly, when I return, I shall be both your receptionist and your bodyguard. Whoa, hey! And here's Horibolder. That's the first time I've almost been knocked to the ground by a Lalafell. I've never seen Miss Tataru so determined. Has aught befell with which I might help Antecedent? Ah, not at the present, thank you. Was there something you would ask of me? Oh yes, pray excuse my distraction. An adventurer who was to join us for escort duty was injured while out on patrol. And I fear we cannot properly defend the scholars entrusted to our protection without the aid of at least one more guard. Therefore, I humbly request that another adventurer of the capable kind, of course, be assigned to our party. Very well, I shall consider the potential candidates and provide you with a replacement as soon as I am able. My thanks, Antecedent. May I take my leave of you? That was a long one, so yeah. An unexpected ambition where we are needed. Let's see. Menphilia is eyeing you with a mixture of regret and desperation. I wonder, do you perchance recall the commitment I made to furnish Horibolder with a capable adventurer? Well, I'm sorry to say that I have yet been able to do so. Now I realize that you are rather more than a capable adventurer, and that escort duty is frankly beneath a woman of your talents, but I have no one else to turn to at present. Might you be willing to forgo rest and assist us in this matter? Generous to a fault, I thank you, Alithia. Now it seems only fair that I explain the import of the task in question. For some time our order has employed a handful of scholars to travel around Eorzea, taking aetheric readings that we might better understand the impact of primal summonings. Naturally, it behooves us to ensure our employees' safety, and so as we ask the adventurers in our service to serve as escorts, Horibolder and Coltane were to act as two such escorts, as was a third adventurer. Alas, due to injury, said adventurer is not presently fit for duty, hence my need to impose upon your goodwill. You truly are a pillar of strength, Alithia. Horibolder will share with you the details of your task. He should be waiting for you outside. Be safe. Okay. An unexpected ambition. Menphilia is at a loss for words. The power to defend oneself? Totaro has ever been full of surprises. Now that I think on it, I do recall Urianger mentioning that she had developed an interest in Arcanima. Mayhaps she hopes to gain admittance to the Arcanist Guild in Limsa Lamensa. Yes, that will be the way of it. Would you be so kind as to journey to the guild and see that all is well? It is doubtless unwarranted, but surely I am not alone in my concern for her safety. Ah, Alethea, is it true that you agreed to lend us a hand? Huzzah! What did I tell you, Kaltine? Our misfortune is becoming a blessing, an opportunity to serve alongside the Warrior of Light herself. Need I remind you that we have 3 scholars to escort, each of whom will take a different route? True, but our mission is the same. Separated by malms we may be, but in spirit we shall be together. If such thoughts bring you joy, you are welcome to think them. To more practical concerns, Alethea, we would have you attend to the scholar charged with surveying the South Shroud. He is waiting at Camp Tranquil as we speak. All you need to do is follow the man. He will determine the most appropriate locations to take his readings. In spirit, Alethea, in spirit, we shall be together every step of the way. In spirit. South Shroud. Camp Tranquil. Unsettled scholar. Ah, at last, the Scion's woman deigns to grace me with her presence. A pity that we have no time for pleasantries. Our first destination is Isam Har Kum. We are late enough as it is. A little walkie-walkie. Where we are needed. Yes, this location should suffice. Once I finish calibrating my instruments, I will require but a moment to take the necessary measurements. I trust I need not explain that my work can suffer no interruptions, then, please, stand at an appropriate distance and keep watch for wild beasts. Mayhap Seraphim can just kick you off into the... Wait. There we go. I was wondering when... And next. I see. We have both completed our respective tasks. A satisfactory outcome. Though if I could make one suggestion, you might try to dispatch your foes more quietly in future. I do not like to pick fault, but I really must be allowed to concentrate. Now then, Snake Mold awaits, shall we? Oh yeah. He's going in the gorge. He's going to have an oopsie. Right about here, yes. As before, I would ask that you keep an eye out for dangerous beasts as I work. Nope. Fascinating. These readings are not at all what I expected. Though perhaps that should come as no surprise, I am not given to superstition, but there is a queer, almost blasphemous here thereabouts. Let us quit this place and return to Roots Lake. We have one more site to survey. Bing bong 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 bing 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 bong bong bong. As before, my guardian, pray leave me to my task and ensure our safety. I'm Mandatory. This data should prove invaluable to... Ye gods, what is that stench? Did you slaughter a creep of adamantoises while my back was turned? Quickly now, to Camp Tranquil. I will not have my clothing reeking of blood and offal. Hello, small town gamer girl. $76. Interesting. And goodbye. You chose to paddle in the Ichor a while longer, I take it. No matter. I took advantage of my unexpected privacy and performed a cursory analysis of my data. It would appear that there has been a measurable decrease in Eorzea's ambient ether concentration since the calamity. However, this data is far more conclusive. We must take additional measurements to confirm my assessment. The least among us. Who better to serve the silence of the seventh dawn than a humble scholar and his faithful assistant? I better get some good money out of this. For our next survey, I would have you escort me to Earth's Font. The ambient aether concentrations there are so high that crystalline structures form spontaneously. Consequently, anomalous fluctuations should be much easier to detect. Brilliant. Yes? No? Don't bother answering. That was rhetorical. Now, come along. This mother... Off to the quarry mill. Oh, wow. To the Silent Arbor, down through here, the goblins meet, over the mountain, or over the hill, and through the woods. Over the cave? Yes, over the cave. That's better. Over the cave and through the woods. To Earth's Font we go. You should be more familiar with the procedure by now. Pray find a suitable position from which to keep watch while I take measurements. Mayhap you will get eaten. Good sir. Mayhap. Now comes the big one. Yes, quite high, yet still markedly lower than the historical measurements taken near the end of the 6th Astral Era. Could the presence of a primal account for the difference, or is there something else? Something else. Something else? Scion! Scion, come here! I need you! Yep. Wilred. Fear not, my friends. Help has arrived. There you are, Alithia. Hori and I were worried when you and your charge failed to return at the appointed hour. Gutted like a hog, but not by one. No, these wounds were made with a blade. Doesn't look like he put up much of a fight either. Nary a mark on his sword or his shield. I've heard nothing of any Crystal Brave operations in this area. What cause has Wilred to come here? What should we do? We will see to the scholar's protection, Alithia. I and the boy's remains. You should return to the Rising Stones. The antecedent will want to know what happened here. And so do I. But first, we must head to Eorzea. Okay, let us do this real quick. Let's head to the Arcanist Guild and do our little Tataru missions. Down below. Maybe? Yep. There we go. Alithia! What are you doing here? Manipulate told me to check on you. I didn't mean for her to worry. That's the last thing I wanted. Putting an end to such worries is precisely the reason I'm here, don't you see? I, Taru, shall become a great and powerful arcanist. And now, at Mistress Thurbergaim's behest, I must go and complete a special training exercise. Until we meet again. Everybody that would be listening, please, for the love of God, talk Yoshi P into bringing back the original Arcanist, where we actually had a carbuncle that done something, and that just didn't stand there and looking pretty. Make him an actual battle pet again. Greetings and welcome to the Arcanist Guild. Do you require assistance? Oh, I wouldn't. Yeah, that's right. So you are acquainted with our newest member. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but I fear young Tataru may not be ideally suited to the study of Arcanima. Nevertheless, she would not be denied, and goes now to undertake her first trial, a simulated inspection of 3 crates. A simple task, some might say, but one Arcanists are expected to complete. A thought occurs to me, why not supervise Tataru's training? You are clearly an accomplished adventurer, and given your relationship with the girl, you seem an ideal person to have on hand. Her trial will be conducted at the cliff south of the Zephyr Gate. You need only observe at a distance. I know that says something totally different if I was an Arcanist. It talks about... yeah... Nope. That's that one. So let's cut these off. Unexpected ambition. There it is. Lower decks. Okay. So, Tempest Gate. I couldn't remember there for a second. Whoop, give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. I'm back. Let's see here. The inspection of the 3 crates. That's King of the Hall. That's not where I gotta go. No, I came out the bottom. I didn't. Oh well. I went to the wrong area. That's what I did. Oh well. I'll just go to Summerford and come down. Gotta spend that money somehow. That wonderful 300,000 gil cap. Gotta keep it going. I was gonna say, it should have just been right out the gate and then down here, boom. But I went to the wrong spot. O'er azure seas to pirate's port, where she met her shining jewel. For to bring the smuggler's plans to naught came the last whom none could fool. Beat 'em with a backdraft, gut 'em with a gust, deck 'em with a downburst, go carbuncle, go. Ho 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 ho. Are those crates I spy? Ah, and this must be the true test, but we're ready for them, aren't we, Carbuncle? Carbuncle? No. This is accurate. This is doing exactly how a carbuncle does now. It just stands there. Does not do anything. It's no longer a pet. A battle pet. So this is very accurate. Very accurate indeed. I should have known you'd come, Alithia. You needn't say a word. Your face says it all. I know you bore witness to my shame. Betrayed by my own carbuncle, and left at the mercy of wild beasts. No, that's what a carbuncle does now. It just leaves you there. And just stands there and looks pretty. It's no longer a battle pet of any sort. And I'm going to keep saying that. I will die on this hill. I must accept the truth. I'll never be a warrior like you or the others. I will inform Mistress Thurbergeim of my intention to withdraw from the guild. Arcanima, like so much else, is beyond me. Woe betide, woe betide, woe betide. Yep. Poor thing doesn't have an aptitude for Arcanima. Those two. Constantly bickering. Ah, back so soon. How fared our fledgling arcanist? Abysmally, Mistress Thorbergim. Abysmally, as Alithia will testify. I was wrong to become an arcanist, wrong as usual. I'm completely and utterly unqualified, and I sincerely apologize for wasting your time. Tataru, if that were true, I would not have permitted you to join in the first place. We must all come to accept our limitations, lest our ambitions lead us astray. However, we must not lose sight of our strengths in the process. For example, your exceptional skill with numbers helped you to gain a solid grasp of the fundamentals of Arcanima. Were it not so, you would have struggled even to summon Carbuncle to your side. In my opinion, the Scions are truly fortunate to have such a capable and good-natured receptionist in their service. Would you not agree? Oh yes, wholeheartedly. You are too kind, Mistress Thorbergim. Though I would not overcome this challenge, I shall take your words to heart and try not to be discouraged. Welcome in, Sanson Supreme. Ancient ways, timeless wants. Tataru is considering her next course of action and how you might aid her in it. As fetching as these garments are, I fear I shall never don them again. But I can't go back to the Rising Stones without something to show for my time away. Wait, I know what I can do. That is, if you don't mind accompanying me for a little longer. Wonderful. Then to Costa del Sol we will go. It's a bit of a gamble, but I'm sure it will pay off. Tataru. In a new outfit. Yes, this is it. This is where the man at the Droning Winch told me to look. There is a certain variety of clam which can be harvested this time of year in Bloodshore, one which produces the most marvelous pearls. However, these clams are also coveted by certain wild creatures, and since I fared rather poorly in battle last time, let us be off. So it's just Tataru vacation time. What fortune! I've already found one. Would you be so kind as to keep watch while I work? This should only take a moment. I'll have to go to destination. And then stand here and watch for monsters. A Mogwar. Need a friend. And double cast. There we go. Well fought, Alithia. Well fought. I knew I was right to ask you to come. As for me, I have my prize, a bounty of blood pearls. So named for the reddish hue, they were treasured as wards against dark magics in ancient times. I thought I might make charms for everyone so that no matter where they go, they will always come home. It's sort of the power to defend myself and other people in a way, right? Well, I must keep Fulmaman waiting. There's work to be done and lots of it. Where to secure provisions for the scions and the limbments and markets. She may have an eye for quality, but I have a nose for bargains. Will you be heading back to the Rising Stones? If so, pray convey my apologies to the antecedent and tell her that she needn't worry about me. Farewell, Alithia, and thank you for everything. That sounded rather final, didn't it? How about until we meet again? Interesting. That sounded rather final, didn't it? And then there's a second wave. Back to Mordona. Ancient ways, timeless wants. Welcome home, Alithia. I gather you found Tataro and limbs of Lamensa. My, it sounds as though she had quite an adventure, and while it did not end as she had hoped, I suspect that it will prove to be a valuable experience. I dare say she could have managed without our intervention. Even so, I appreciate you indulging my request. Yep. Alithia, you are returned, and you seem troubled. Did the role of escort chafe so? Wilred dead? Mayhap murdered? By the 12, how can that be? I will send word to Alphino at once. He will want to conduct a full investigation and send word to Wilred's family. Gods, he was just a boy. Who would do this, and why? Money, thank you. A time to every purpose. While others look forward to the impending royal banquet, Menphilia cannot help but look to the past. Though recent events weigh heavily on our minds, we must needs set them aside for now. we are to come to a defining moment in Eorzean history. The grand commemoration of our joint defense of Ishgard, the first time in 15 long years that our people have stood side by side with our neighbors to the north to fight in common cause. This may mark the true rebirth of the Eorzean alliance. Failing that, it should at the very least serve to bring our nations closer together. We have every reason to raise our voices in celebration, do we not? We have bested Dravanians and Ascians both. Against desperate odds we have fought and won. But the primals still plague us, and the Empire still plouts at our subjugation and our triumphs. Remarkable though they are, we're bought at a terrible price. Brave adventurers and allies, broken on the steps of faith, and before our eyes in this very room, our dear friend Moonbrita. This is a victory we have wrought, and it is as bitter ashes in my mouth. I would sooner stay here and invite those with more appetite to enjoy the feast in my stead. Alas, it is a royal banquet, and all of our allies will be in attendance. It is our duty to present a united front that we might serve as a beacon of hope to all. It seems I have no choice but to take my own advice. I instructed the others to meet us in Ul'dah, that we might make our grand entrance together. Unfortunately, I had to settle for leaving Totaro and Laman a note. If they do not return quickly, they will have to settle for whatever leftovers I can smuggle out of the fragrant chamber. Off to the big soiree, Alithia. Raise a glass for me, eh? Or not. You don't look best pleased, lass. Something on your mind? By the Navigator. Wilred's dead. God's damn it. They must know they've been rumbled. Sod it. 'Tis past time we had this talk. After our last conversation, I got to thinking about where certain funds were coming from, so I had to dig around, and on the quiet like, and sure enough, I found it. Seems a fair bit of coins made its way into the Braves' coffers, courtesy of a Dodo consortium. A daft name for a business if I ever heard of one, which is what first gave me an inkling that something weren't right. So I went through the ledgers again, and found another half-dozen donations from organizations with stupid bloody names. Didn't take long to find the common thread. All were owned by the Mirage Trust. Oh, I'll give the bastard credit. He showed us up for the amateurs we are. Short of calling one of his business the Bloody Bribery Consortium, I don't know what more he could have done to mock our rules on financial contributions. The gods only know how many men of the first and third were taken to Legi's coin. But now we know, as some of them are, I'd wager me right eye, they're the ones what did for Wilred. The earnest young fool had taken to asking the wrong kind of questions. Bound to attract attention, he was. Should have seen it at the time, but I didn't. Gods damn me. Still, I don't see what Teleji hopes to accomplish. He hid his scheme with all the care of a drunk pissing into the wind. No, he's cleverer than this. So we need to be clever too. That's the only way we'll ever repay this debt of blood. We'll purge every one of them traitorous bastards from our ranks. On that you have me word. And Alithia, mind yourself when you're in Ul'dah, eh? We're heading into a storm. I can smell it. The kind what'll sweep a man overboard and drag him under before he knows it. It's about to get real cozy, everyone. Chamber of Rule. Okay, sorry about that. I was on a phone call, so... Yeah. Okay, so let's get back to it. We definitely have a cozy little bit coming up right here. We have been waiting for you, Alithia. The celebration is due to begin shortly. I had hoped that we might make our introduction together, but Mistress Momodi just sent word that you are needed at the quicksand. And off to the quicksand I must go. I think that's a side quest. But I think it plays in that we have to do it. Let me see. Boom, boom, boom. Nope. Aw, oh, damn. Went to the wrong one. Adventurers Guild. Go speak with Momodi. Or did I not get the quest? Yep. I did not pick up the quest. So I was supposed to grab the quest from Menphilia, where she's telling me that I have to go and talk. A hero must go wherever she is needed, and according to Menphilia, you are needed elsewhere. We will go on ahead, Alithia. Pray join us once matters at the quicksand are resolved. Give my regards to Momodi, and let her know that I will call upon her anon. There we go. So I went to... Yep. I jumped ahead, but that's fine. Now back to the Adventurers Guild. I appreciate you dropping in on such short notice, Alithia. I know you've got places to be, so I won't waste your time. You're friends with a crystal brave by the name of Aliane? Alian. It has to be Alian. Aren't you? Former adventurer? Come to think of it, I'm pretty sure you recruited her yourself. Well, anyway, she came around for a meal not long ago, and before she left, she asked me to give you a message. So if the others ended up dragging you to the feast, I was to see you got it before you made your grand entrance. Meet me at the station west of the coffer and coin. There's something I must show you. A short message, I'll grant you, but she thought long and hard before picking those words. Barely touched her food, too. Under other circumstances, I'd have thought those signs of a troubled heart, but something tells me she ain't planning to ask your thoughts on a gentleman caller. So that means we're off to Horizon. Right? Or Blackbrush Station. Whitebrush Station. I was trying to think. I'm like, what? Let me look at the layout. And it's like, no, Horizon would be going to Vesper Bay. So, Coffer and Coin's below Blackbrush. We're starting to put some clues together, everybody. Starting to put some clues together. As you stand upon the platform, Your thoughts begin to wander, and all too soon the ghosts of comrades lost and enemies slain begin to file by your mind's eye in solemn procession. Clearing your head, you scan the horizon but see no sign of Allagan. Straining your ears to listen, you hear the chatter of Kikirin and the buzzing of Syrfrids, but no approaching footfall. Sighing, you bow your head only to notice the vial lying at your feet. Alethea, is that you? What brings you out this way? Lieutenant Allagan? Why, no, I haven't seen her about. Has she come this way? I guarantee we would have crossed paths. I must have passed this spot a dozen times. We're to patrol the city's Emberons on account of the royal banquet. Captain's orders, you understand. Speaking of which, isn't it about to begin? You should be with the other honored guests, enjoying your well-deserved respite. Pray return to Ul'dah, Alethea. If I chance to meet the lieutenant, I will tell her you were here. You dumbass.
O Sultan Tree, hallowed spirit of my line. Through my weakness, the glorious house of Ul has all but disappeared beneath the sands. For want of the strength to raise it up again, it were better that it fall. Forgive me, but I know not what else to do.
So the clouded vial to Momodi. I reckon you'd head straight to the feast after meeting with Allagan. What's the matter, no appetite? Clouded vial. The tiny glass container appears to have been used before, but to contain what, pray tell? So she wasn't there, but this was, eh? Let's see. Looks to me like an alchemist vial, but beyond that, I can't say. Might be best if you hold on to it for safekeeping, though. Any road, no use worrying about Allagan. I'm sure she'll turn up before too long, and when she does, we'll soon find out what this was all in aid of. Besides, you've got more important things to think about. The parting glass. Judging by Momodi's grin, your star could not rise any higher. Would you believe that? While you were away, another message arrived for you. Well, one did. One delivered by the Sultana's handmaid, no less. Seems her grace desires a private audience. Her handmaid will meet you on the royal promenade and escort you to the Sultana's chambers. So what are you waiting for? Go on then, go.
You needn't trouble yourself so.
Your grace is most kind, but it is no trouble to me, rather an honor. If your grace is ready, I shall summon the warrior of light.
I am.
Everyone looks to be in high spirits.
With good cause.
A common victory may serve to unite even the most unlikely of allies. You've brought us one step closer to a united Eorzea.
Your modesty knows no bounds, Antecedent. Were it not for your efforts, Sir Emmerich would never have become such a steadfast ally. When he convinces his countrymen to rejoin the Alliance, we shall all reap the benefits, military and economic. I tell you, we are on the cusp of a new era of unity and prosperity. Territorial disputes are all that divide us now. But I have faith that we will find an amicable solution in time. And failing that, I'll have my trusty warrior of light box the ears of all concerned. Speaking of whom...
She will be joining us shortly. A matter at the quicksand required her attention, but it did not sound serious.
Oops. Be right back. Enjoy. Okay, sorry about that again, everybody. Yeah, I had another phone call. Karen. I thought I had it muted. Maybe that'll fix it. You ever have one of those phone calls where you tell somebody you gotta go and they just keep talking? Yeah, that's what one of those was like. Okay. Back to the Chamber of Rule. Hold up.
Enter.
Your Grace, your guest has arrived.
Okay, there we go.
Pray, come in and take your ease.
Nonimo.
Tis well that the steps of faith held against the Horde.
And what of the city proper?
We sustained some few losses, but the heart of our nation yet beats with vigor. I am not certain I could say the same had we not received your most generous aid.
An attack on Ishgard is an attack on the realm. We stand together or fall divided.
Such noble words after the fact.
I had hoped to speak in the presence of her grace, but it seems she has been delayed. That being the case, now would seem as good a time as any. Honored friends, pray allow me to convey Ishgard's warmest gratitude for your part in the defense of our lands. 'Tis upon the success of this very alliance that my recommendation to throw open the gates of judgment shall be founded. With the blessing of the Archbishop, it is my hope that Ishgard will soon be reunited with her long-estranged sister nations, and that Eorzea shall once more be as one.
Very well.
Is aught amiss?
Nothing to worry about. I shall return anon.
Yes. Huh?
You wished a word, Yu Hase?
You may go.
Your Grace.
You must be curious as to the reason for this private audience. The matter I would discuss, however, will soon make apparent the need for discretion. I intend to abdicate the throne and dissolve the monarchy. You have seen for yourself the storm of turmoil that howls through our streets. The government fails in its responsibilities, and my subjects suffer the consequences of our incompetence. But I will see them suffer no longer. The victory feast shall provide the stage on which I declare the dissolution of the Sultanate. 'Tis mine intent that the ruling class of our golden city should take its place beside the common man in a fair and equitable republic. No more shall this nation bow to the whims of a privileged few. Yet, that which I propose will entail the tearing up of this city's very foundations. And even Roban, with all his strength and influence, will be hard-pressed to keep his footing on such treacherous ground. Thus would I ask you to lend him a steadying hand. You who have endured the wrath of innumerable foes are the one hero in whom I can place my trust. Will you do this thing for me? I am truly grateful. More grateful than I can well express. How much we have both changed since that day we met beneath the Sultan tree. and the days ahead promise to change us further still. I hope that we will recognize ourselves when all of this is over.
Oh, there's our best friend, Teleji. What would such a good boy know?
Her Grace, the Sultana, is dead.
How do you know she's dead? You didn't take her pulse or nothing.
Poison in her wine? You
No.
did this.
That right there. I mean, how do they know the wine was poisoned? Just because she spilt her glass of wine when she fell over does not mean that she was poisoned. He gave it away that he poisoned her.
I hereby accuse you of regicide. Men, arrest this viper.
You sneaky little bastard.
Sir, barring a few exceptions, we have detained all those with allegiance to the Scions. The Rising Stones is also under our control.
Sneaky Yuyuhase. Nothing like an evil potato. Greedy potato.
What do you hope to achieve with this mutiny?
Why, that which we have striven for all along, Commander. The salvation of Eorzea.
What is the meaning of this?
Knights from the homeland. This cannot bode well.
Lord Commander, we have received an urgent message from the Holy See. I am grieved to report that your serpentine foes have resumed their assault. Needless to say, your presence is urgently required. These knights have come to bear you swiftly home to Ishgard.
A surprise attack?
We've had no such word from our men, and the timing is most fortuitous to catch us away from the city.
Most fortuitous indeed.
Lord Commander, we must away.
You have been a most gracious host. I hope that I might one day return the favor. Come, Lucia.
He's a cut above the rest. Good old Teleji.
Whatever is going on in there? Ah, the ever-dutiful brass blades. I must apologize, but my dance card is rather full. Another time, perhaps?
Thancred, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. You stand accused of committing acts of espionage in service to the Allagan Empire.
Espionage? What in the seven hells are you talking about?
Yep, the brass blades.
Ah, if you're referring to that business with the Ultima weapon, then you must understand, I wasn't myself.
Under interrogation, an Imperial prisoner revealed your involvement in numerous dealings with the enemy. We've also been investigating reports that you are a practitioner of forbidden arts. You best come along with us.
You invite me to your party and now you want me to leave? I do so detest receiving mixed signals. Come then. I believe I've lost my appetite for this farce of a celebration.
You go too far, Lord Adeleji. By what right do you march armed soldiers into a royal banquet and eject state visitors without Her Grace's consent? You treat the brass blades as your personal army and show contempt for the throne with your every act. Leave us, now.
Is that an order, General? Mayhap you have mistaken me for one of your flames. You will find I am not so slavishly obedient. And you lecture me on personal armies. As for your outrageous claim that I have shown contempt for the throne, let all here observe that it was not I who feasted while an assassin removed its occupant. I expect this is your idea of defending the nation, is it? This and diluting our forces through these distractions in Cartano and Kurthis. I do begin to see how the ranks of the Immortal Flames came to be riddled with Garlean sympathizers. You are plainly unfit for command.
Wait, goddamn you. Your words make no sense. What assassin?
You mean to say you don't know? We caught the vaunted champion of the Scions in Her Grace's private chambers, not moments after the deed was done.
No! No, this cannot be!
Save your breath. You will need it to plead your case. You and your entire order are to be tried for this atrocity. Bring in the prisoner!
Gilbert, yeah.
This woman stands accused of poisoning Her Royal Majesty Nanamu ul Namo and is suspected accessories to the crime. All members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn will be detained for questioning.
This is madness!
What a pity. Who'd have thought your tale would end like this?
Should you demand further proof, a vial with traces of the substance used to poison Her Grace was found upon the assassin's person.
How very convenient.
You would speak of convenience? Who persuaded Her Grace to host this celebration? A diversion which presented you and your confederates ample opportunity to commit the crime, and a crowd within which to fade from view. A more convenient occasion I could scarcely imagine.
How dare you! After all we have done for Uldar!
Hold your tongue, witch! I'll not be ensorcelled! I know all about the dark gift that you and your disciples wield. Oh yes, I've observed how you worked upon the minds of the Alliance leaders, bending them to your will. And what of your cordial relationship with Sir Emmerich? For years, Ishgard abjured all contact with the outside world, and now the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights treats you with the familiarity of a childhood friend. I'll tell you what I think. I think this desperate defense of Ishgard was but a ruse to deceive us into dividing our forces. Your next move will be to charm your Kurthan allies into invading our lands. Now that is truly ridiculous.
How do you even think of this stuff?
She cannot be dead. Stand aside, Ilbert. I want to see the Sultana.
Spare yourself the pain, brother. I saw her with my own eyes. For a mercy, the poison took her swiftly. Her handmaiden can attest to that.
This cannot be. Nanamu. No!
Plainly, the Royalists can no longer be relied upon to keep our nation safe. And so it falls to the monitorists of the Syndicate to govern Uldar. But should you wish to help us, General, we would be more than happy to entrust the task of planning Her Grace's funeral to you. It seems only right that you should bury your precious Sultana, and we will be glad to be rid of that burden.
I'll bet you will. You more than any man.
Whatever do you mean?
I don't think
I mean you had her killed, you black-hearted bastard!
What rot! Though I did have sufficient motive, 'tis true. That young lady caused me no end of grief. She always was a most unwilling puppet. I dare say Her Grace was grateful that someone thought to cut her strings.
You would mock her, then mock her from hell!
A cut above. He's now twice the man he was.
Have you lost your mind, General? It is forbidden to draw steel in the royal chambers, much less slaughter our fellow syndicate members.
Galarito.
You're one of them. You've been in league with the Scions all along.
You're next, you scheming bastard.
Raban!
Seven hells!
Admiral, we must leave.
How unlike you, old friend. I did not expect to take your arm so easily.
Take the Scions into custody. They have conspired to commit regicide. And arrest this traitor as well.
Ilbert, I hope you choke on their coin.
'Tis better than the dirt I've supped on these long years. We can't all abandon Alamigo and become great war heroes as you have. You are not the man you once were, Raban. Since that girl strapped the yoke around your neck, you've become docile. She took the mad bull and cut off his balls, and a bull that cannot rot is fit for naught but slaughter.
Oh, bird.
Shall I tell you who really killed your precious Sultana? It was me.
You die!
That is a strong man.
I never doubted you, not for a moment. But there is more to this than I yet understand. Flee this place. Clear your names. Find out who is behind this plot. It is the only way. Now go!
there you are.
Thancred, where have you been?
Avoiding the fumbling advances of some very persistent admirers. When I realized the celebrations had turned sour, it seemed prudent to slip away and take stock of the situation. 'Twould appear that much of the city is already under tight guard. It occurs to me that expanding the Brass Blade's authority may not have been such a wonderful idea after all.
The success of this plan was contingent upon those thugs having the run of the place. Just how long has this scheme been in motion?
The careful preparations, the maneuvering of forces. I am inclined to agree with the General's insistence that a deeper plot exists here.
So, would I be right in thinking we now have an excuse to pummel as many brass blades as we like?
Unless you plan on pummeling them all, I'm not sure that will greatly aid our cause.
The Sultana's assassination was but one part of the scheme. We too were its targets. And though we did not share Pornanimo's fate, we are yet hobbled by the charges laid at our door. Where now might we seek refuge?
Where indeed, we may safely assume that our foe has thought to have the Rising Stones watched.
Forgive me for stating the obvious, but our choice of destination will matter little if we cannot secure an escape route out of Ul'dah. Happily, I believe I can provide one. Papashan once told me about the passages hidden in the walls of the palace. If I recall correctly, the fireplace in Animo's chambers conceals the entrance to a tunnel. It should lead outside the city and allow us to avoid any messy confrontations.
The rest of you go on ahead. I'll handle this lot.
By yourself? I suppose I shall just have to join you.
Crystal Braves too, huh? Now this should be interesting.
Ida! Papalimo!
We will hold our pursuers here. Hurry, now! Find this tunnel of Thancred's.
Minfilia, we cannot linger.
Favorito.
Now look what you've done.
Ida, are you all right? There are just too many of them.
I'm fine. I could do this all day. How about you?
Nearing the end of my tether.
stupid. We're the scions of the Seventh Dawn, the ones who stand between this realm and the evil that's trying to destroy it.
And if you think we'll leave the stewardship of Eorzea to the likes of your masters, then you're sorely mistaken.
Sorry I dragged you into this, Papalymo.
'Tis hardly the first time, and I'll be damned if it will be the last.
Haste.
Let them have it, Ida!
I was hoping you'd say that.
Spell to shake the heavens. Well, to shake the temple or the palace.
I never knew such a watercourse existed beneath Uldar.
The architecture is of the Sylvine style, if I'm not mistaken. The ancients plainly foresaw the need for a ready means of escape.
This way!
Well, that didn't take long. It seems these tunnels were not as secret as I'd hoped.
You two, go on ahead. Thancred and I will deal with this.
What do you mean to do?
Only that which is required to ensure that the dawn's light survive to brighten the morrow.
Fear not, antecedent. You haven't seen the last of these fair features.
My friends.
Leave us!
I can take them all. That's the fun thing. It's like, they're level 50s, probably 30s, 40s.
What is the plan, milady? Shall I take the dozen on the left and you the dozen on the right? The odds are not exactly stacked in our favor.
Numbers will count for little when I bring the tunnel down upon their heads. Though I cannot say I relish the thought of being entombed with you for all eternity.
You wound me. I will have you know that many a maid would kill for the chance to spend forever at my side. Now, may I have the last dance?
An arrow to the knee.
Well, this is going splendidly. Now would be a good time, milady!
Tis done.
speaks to me. No. I must remain behind, but you cannot stay with me. Please, you must go on. You are the warrior of light. You are hope for the Scions and for all the realm. As long as your flame continues to burn, the light of the dawn may ever be relit. You must escape and save Eorzea from those who would plunge it into darkness. Tis the only way.
I am glad to see you safe, my friend. What of the others? Damn that man! Teleji played me for a fool! I thought the Crystal Brave's mine till the very moment I felt the blade at my back.
There will be ample time for soul-searching later. For now, we must put some arms between us and Ul'dah.
So interesting.
Well, would you look who it is?
A brand new to come by.
It'll be half as exciting as the last trip we took. Not if I have anything to say about it anyway. Let's not dawdle, eh? All aboard! I was stocking up on supplies over in Vesper Bay, you see, when your sister come up and begged a favour. Said her brother was
Oh, that's
having
right.
some trouble down in Ul'dah, and likely needed a helping hand getting away. Thinking them ruins would make a fine hiding place, I decided to try there first. And lo and behold, there you were. Aye, and judging by them soldiers as were pouring out of the city, I arrived not a moment too soon. Ha! Must have been fate that we happened to find you there, though, eh?
I had thought to look out for Alize, but would appear she was the one watching over me. I've made such a mess of things.
sir.
Pippin Taropin, Vice Marshal of the Immortal Flames. I had been on the Allagan front these past few moons, but an urgent communication called me back to Ul'dah. Scarce had my boots touched the cobbles, though, when the streets erupted with cries of assassination. I immediately went in search of answers, and came across Master Alfino here. Needless to say, I did not think his imprisonment justified. The blame plainly lies with the Monitorists. Their greed and corruption are well known to me, but for them to take advantage of the situation with such alacrity...
Was that Pippin, you said? Ain't that the name of General Alden's lad?
Yes, I am his son. Adopted, of course. 'Twas only as we were leaving Ul'dah that I learned of father's fate. Once I have seen you a safe distance away, I mean to return to the city and extricate him from this madness.
Then you needn't travel no further than Blackbrush. Our fugitives have a friend waiting for them there.
I dreamed of bringing about Eorzea's salvation, but in the end, 'twas I who needed saving.
You three, wait here. Help will be along shortly. Stay strong, friends. The real fight's to come. He knew exactly where to go. That's the interesting thing about that. Alright, let's go. That is the very interesting thing about that. That he knew exactly where to go. He just thought that they could be hiding in the ruins. No, he knew exactly. The most unassuming folk can prove to be our greatest allies. That fellow was but a passing merchant, yet he lent us aid without a moment's hesitation, or any hint of concern for his own safety. Now, see, there's more to him than that. Though I can well imagine how a man could feel inspired to risk all in your presence. Father spoke often of you, Alethea, and long have I looked forward to our first meeting. Needless to say, this is not at all how I envisioned it. Master Alphino, you must not give in to despair. That would only play onto our enemies' hands. So long as you and Alethea are free, we may still set things right. Forgive me, Marshal Taropin, but Alphino, my boy. Sorry to keep you waiting. Cid, what are you doing here? Pulling you out of the fire as usual. Your merchant friend told me everything. Truly, then he is no merchant but an angel in peddler's clothing. But tell us, how do you intend to bear our friends to safety? I hid the Enterprise but a short distance away. All I need is a destination. We must find a place beyond the reach of both the Monitorists and the Crystal Braves. Korthus. Ishgard will not suffer the intrusion of foreign forces in their territory. That settles it. With me, everyone. Not I fear. I must remain here. I dare not abandon Ul'dah to the Monitorists and their cronies. You may be certain that they will seek to defame you, both here and in the other city-states. But know that I shall do my utmost to thwart their every effort. Frankly, you do not expect to be much of a challenge. The small folk will not turn so easily on the warrior Blight and her allies, no matter what the Monitorists claim. Marshal Taropin, I know not what to say. Ha! Now that father would labor to believe, but enough talk. You must go, Master Alphino. Your airship awaits. Up. There's no rest for the righteous. Pippin is awesome. We should make for Camp Dragonhead and speak with Lord Harshafont. Mayhap he will know what to do. Couldn't show me already there. No, I have to walk or fly to Camp Dragonhead. Master Alphino told me your tale, Alithia. It warms my heart that you should turn to me before all others, and I shall endeavor to deserve your trust. Alas, the situation here has grown more complicated in your absence. 'Twill be best if I explained in full. Before the dawn. In times of trouble, there are few things more precious than unconditional support.
There has been word from the capital. The Temple Knights succeeded in slaying the beasts, but the intrusion prompted orders to further strengthen the guard and to place the city under a perpetual state of alert. How keenly we feel the loss of our wards at the gates of judgment. Yet we must not bemoan our misfortune. Sir Emmerich is safely returned from Ul'dah, and once more leads the defense of Ishgard. As for the matter of your asylum, I am afraid no progress will be made until the threat to our nation is diminished. But do not despair. You are not without allies. You are more than welcome to shelter here for as long as you wish. Pray, think of it as a new headquarters of sorts. The Falling Snows, or some such. All frivolity aside, any who come here in search of you will receive no aid from House Forton. For once, the Ishgardian reputation for inhospitality shall work in our favor. Agents of Ul'dah will find their every inquiry dismissed, and their every request for entry rebuffed, until such time as their masters have acknowledged your innocence. You once fought to preserve the honor of my dear friend. 'Tis a blessing that I may now repay that debt in kind. But let us dwell no more on this. Pray, join the rest of your companions. 'Tis bitterly cold this day. I suspect there are those who might welcome the warmth your presence brings.
Come along. Nope. We're to go down. Greetings, madam. Shall I show you inside? Upon proceeding to the intercessory, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Yes. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Yes. Before the dawn. Alphino! Alithia! Is it really you? I'm so happy that you are... I tried contacting Menphilia and the others, but no one would respond. And then Crystal Braves, our own people, turned on us in the marketplace. Philomen told me to run, and so I did. I ran and ran until my lungs burned, and my feet ached. But I lost my way, and then... Fortunately, I had observed some of the Braves behaving suspiciously beforehand. Ah, yes, my mask. It was lost in the struggle. Pretty, isn't she? Anyway, after Yagiri found me, we traveled to Vesper Bay and met up with Eorzea. When we told him what had happened, he used his magics to weave a glamour around the Waking Sands. From the outside, our old headquarters now looks like an abandoned storehouse. The transformation didn't take long either. Apparently Eorzea started making preparations after the Imperial attack, just in case the Empire ever chose to pay us another visit. Good thinking, eh? Sorry, where was I? Oh yes. So we waited there at the Waking Sands, hoping others would come, but no one else did. My people are searching for the other Scions even as we speak, but we have met with no success as yet. I had hoped that you might be able to suggest further places to look. Ah, but you should know the Rising Stones did not share the Waking Sands' good fortune. Only Crystal Braves await you there. Be that as it may, we yet have cause to hope, do we not? If the two of you escaped, it is not impossible that the others could have done so as well. You may have been forsaken by men and women believed true, but rest assured that the people of Doma yet stand with you. We welcome this opportunity to repay our debts, and shall continue our efforts to locate the others and see the Scions restored to their rightful place of honor.
"'Tis all my doing."
He's going to feel sorry for himself.
The only one who truly understood Eorzea's woes, and look what that arrogance has wrought. I gave commands, influenced governments with my certainty. I treated the Crystal Braves and even the Scions themselves as pawns in my great scheme to save the realm.
Yeah, you messed up.
But in my headlong rush into imagined glory, I paid no heed to the ground upon which I trod. The salvation of Eorzea. What was it that I hoped to achieve? Did I believe that I could rid the realm of every danger and difficulty? That I could defeat the Empire and the Ascians, and find homes for every refugee? Oh, yes. I was so very clever. Become a guardian of Eorzea, I implored, and sat back to watch my perfect army cleanse the land of chaos. 'Twas all but a means to feed my own vanity. Only when all is lost do I finally realize the truth.
Oh, Alfino.
A mug of cheer.
So, Master Alfino, are you content to remain a broken blade? Is there no flame hot enough to reforge you? What of the fine companions who yet stand at your side? I dare say the fires of their determination will soon have you slicing the air again with your customary wit.
I hardly deserve such friendship. And besides, where are we to go?
Alfino, if I may? Should this place not serve our purpose, then we shall go to Ishgard. Minfilia told me many times, as long as we stand fast against despair, the beacon of hope will never be lost to sight. Be it in the snow or in the clouds, we few will see that the dawn's light shines again.
You are right, Tataru. Thank you. And thank you for your kind words, Lord Orchefon. 'Tis true that Eorzea yet has her guardians. The Scions have achieved much, and 'twould be remiss of me to discard it all in a fit of self-pity. Let us then resume our journey, together, one step at a time.
That crackling fire. Okay. Let us skip. This is just all the credits and everything like that. We don't. There we go.
All has been arranged as you desired, my lord.
That's the old textures. Nabraelis is no more. The ardor was not his to invoke. His demise was of his own making. Nevertheless, it concerns me they have extinguished that which should rightly be eternal. Mayhap he was not wholly mistaken. Greater haste may be warranted. We are of one mind. The northern lands, then? The earth is fertile, and the seeds well sown by my will, they shall reap salvation unlike any the world has known. By his will. By his will. Litibus. I have answered thy summons, emissary. Speak and make thine intent known. I would speak of fate, Archon. Yours, mine, the fate of this very star.
Thou thinkest sanctuary lieth beyond. Delusion, despair, death. Thou shalt find naught else here.
New jobs. We'll find new jobs here. To preserve the dawn's light, the heroes journeyed north. Their hearts filled with hope and eyes fixed heavensward. My left arm. There we shall have it. And that would be... Yep. The coming to Ishgard. The time for action has come, and Alphino knows what he must do. check on something real quick. Yep, that's what I thought. That is the very first quest for Heavensward, so we're going to pause right there. I'm going to head out for a bit. Let's see. I'll be back in a few hours, and we are going to switch gears. And as I promised, we are going to start Final Fantasy XI. I want to take a pause from this for a bit. I want to go and do some things. I don't know how long we're going to play Final Fantasy XI. We'll play, we'll play for a bit. And, then we'll be back to this later on. But I appreciate everyone for liking and following and just stopping by, hanging out, talking with me, just talking random stuff, whatever. I appreciate everything you do for me, and if you would like to follow and subscribe and all that, if you want to. It's up to you. If you don't want to subscribe, that's fine too. I don't mind lurkers. I don't, whatever. I appreciate people just coming and hanging out and just chatting with me. So, until we meet again, everyone, I shall bid you adieu.